Hello. Santier here. There's a big Subnautica below zero update earlier this week that added a new base piece that I'm excited about. I'd have no idea what I need to do to unlock it. And did some other things, so... I don't know, it's been a little bit since I streamed and I wanted to play more of this game. So that's what we're doing. We're in Spooky Land. That's right. That's right. We're in Spooky Land indeed. Okay, so the new base piece is the sea truck dock. I guess they just give it to you. High power and structure requirements. I mean, it requires 4 glass, so that checks out. Advanced wiring kit's a little bit of an annoying requirement. I'm not sure... Like, if you just started a new game, I don't know when you'd get this. Or what would unlock it. I do need to go get some of these other things, though. My computer volume's a bit loud. Yeah, it's several notches louder than I normally make it. Hope everyone's doing well today. I don't know who all is going to be here right now, but that's fine. It's very salty. This is active with some Preston's Delights. Okay, maybe not that active. Let's just toss some of these in the bioreactor. Looks very funky in the icon. I'm curious to see how it actually works and all that. I think most of our power is coming from the heat stuff. What I'm basically trying to figure out right now is sort of what is my order of operations priority sort of situation. Because what I have... So, like, to actually beat the game, I need to get these 2 ingredients and then go to another area. I want to make a base deeper into this area. So, like, where's my... Yeah, right here. So, like, this base is currently positioned right up here. And I'd like to make a base that's more in this area where I'm not, you know, like, just barely getting any sort of resolution. Either way, I need a bunch more supplies. So I might just hook up to the Aquanaut. Okay, that probably needs to be connected to be useful. Let me turn that off. So going back to the Kappa base is probably my general best course of action right now. I want to do stuff there anyway. And it would be good for me to go pick up some glass along the way, because there's a bunch of glass I want to do there. I'm not sure how many more streams of this game I'm going to ultimately want to have. Oh, they also added this unstuck thing for if you get stuck, so you can stick yourself. Let's see. I'm not seeing the Shadow Leviathans, so it's likely that that scan from Excavator Base turned off, and that's fine. It's not very far from there. Because I feel like I had the idea for a base design that I like, that I want to try out as well. I mean, this is kind of what this playthrough has been, right? It's Santier has an idea for a base design and he goes and builds it somewhere. I'm just going to check on this base to see how it's doing. And also maybe to grab some water from here, because I noticed the character's getting a wee bit thirsty. And you know what? Let's make a couple salads. Yeah, okay. Where did I put the fabricator? It's probably on... the other side. The space is much too big. Where did I put the fabricator? Surely there's a fabricator around here. Yeah, this is currently off. That's fine. I don't need it doing anything. It power is good. Oh, you know what? It's upstairs. Here it is. Can't remember. I stuck my own thing. Bunch of cured fish. What is this upgrade? Oh, the propulsion cannon. I don't care for the propulsion cannon. The issue with the propulsion cannon, and the reason why I don't care for it, is because I think it's kind of awkward to use. Okay. Yeah, that's everything from here. It's like this base would work out better if I could have gotten these ladders to orient the way that I wanted them to. Perhaps if modified things so that works now, but... Works out very nicely where you can pick 3 of these. Definitely the biggest thing I feel like I need to make is computer chips, because that seems to be a resource that I run out of very quickly. I also just need some of the coral around for making scanner rooms. There's a bunch of quartz just sitting around up here. I just feel very nervous in an area where I know Chleserates hang out. I would like to find the sleeper car and the rest of the other upgrade. These massive drop-offs are always very uncomfortable to me. I feel like edge of the world type stuff. And nothing but Leviathans hang out at the edge of the world. Still, I'm going to hop in my prawn suit. Some copper here. Collect some of that. I don't like those noises. Very uncomfortable noises, those. The main thing I want out this way, actually, is quartz nodes, hopefully, but I'm going to need a lot of copper for making computer chips, because it's 2 copper per chip. I feel like it's a resource that can kind of get used up a little bit sneakily, quickly. Like, there's nothing that's like, oh, I need an aggressive amount of this, but there's a lot of things that are like, I need some of this. And then before you know it, you're out of copper, so... Gold can be that way, too, where it doesn't feel like any given thing needs a lot of it, but there's a lot of things that need a little bit, and so it's just like one of those small quantities adding up quickly sort of thing, sort of situation. Okay. I don't need to dock, but I do want to offload this. Let's just eat those watermelons. Okay. It's a lot of copper. I understand why that works that way, but it doesn't mean I like it. That may not have been entirely clear. What I meant is I don't... Actually, you know what? I'm going to convert some of this to copper wire and store that. The entering in the prawn suit module from the top, I like having the back door that you could just kind of pop in. It's much more convenient. Yeah, that's a lot of copper wire. That'll serve me well. I'm going to drop a couple of these fruit salads off there for now, so I don't need to cart them around. Okay, here's my prawn suit. I am going to pull that last copper ore chunk out. Okay, there's... Yep, always happy for more titanium. I'm just gonna hope that roar was for something else in the environment, not me, and just kind of do some drilling here. I need 8 quartz to make that. 8 quartz, 2 silver, gold, 2 copper, 5 titanium, and a table coral sample. This isn't like a lot, but... I'm also going to need to figure out how it actually attaches to things. That's a glow whale. Oh. Don't mind if I do. What I'm ultimately wanting to do is go back to my copper mining base, and there's a moon pool on it that I want to shove further out so it can be over a lip. So that way I can have a spot to moor my prawn suit at the top of the base and not just like all the way at the bottom, because right now it's just over a very tall vertical opening, so it's very awkward and clunky. Okay. Oh, there's one of those guys over there. Yeah, they tend to be really loud. Question is, okay, this is fairly open. I got some decent gold floating around too. That's 5 pieces. I'll go ahead and make this one into an ingot. Okay. Now, normally I'd expect there to be some quartz out here. So I'm going to poke around a little bit and see if I can find some. If I find more titanium too, that's okay. That looks like more copper. I don't need more copper at the moment, so I'm going to leave that alone. Just from a storage capacity standpoint. Yeah, it's more copper. There's a lot of copper out here. I mean, like I said, you do tend to need a bit more copper than I think you need, but not that much. Look at all of that. There's some sweet quartz. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, hopefully I can find some more. I tend to think of this area as being rich in mining nodes, so. But it seems like rich in mining nodes actually just means rich in copper nodes. There's been so much of that. Okay. Yeah, here's the goods. I'm probably going to fill up my inventory as well as the prawn suit's inventory and then make my way back. Let's see how full we're doing here. Not like stuffed, but not empty either. Because I also want to put a bunch of quartz around, or a bunch of glass around the alien containment facility I have in Kappa Mining. So that's something that I've not done yet. So I do want to do that. I think that might be titanium over there. I'm going to investigate after I mine this quartz. Gotta make sure I'm close enough to actually mine this quartz. This is some really chill music. I feel like this game tends to have music in two modes. One is make you feel the Ghiblies up your spine, and the other is chill out to some motion tunes. Okay, either way, we've got a good amount of space in here. So some of those awkward inventory related glitches are still there, but that's fine. Those are probably hard to fix. It's my guess. Because they've known about inventory issues since the original Subnautica, because there's a bunch of glitches used in speedruns there, so. I'm glad that they're continuing to support these games. Like, having the addition of this seems pretty sweet. It apparently supports up to 5 modules, so. And frankly, you don't really want a longer sea truck. I don't know how long you could make one, but I feel like at a certain point you just really reach this rate of slowing really way down. But I'm looking forward to seeing how this thing works. Oh man, if I have to pick between them, I want more quartz. I also feel like there's less quartz per thing than there is titanium. Could be wrong. Storage has no room, and I have no room. Well, that's some sort of tragedy. Whew, yeeted that. This also has no room. Okay. That inventory is full. This inventory is full. We're just going to go back to the thing then. Yeah, there's a bunch of titanium out this way too. I'm gonna do this. I need to make more beacons, apparently. Yeah. Holy moly. That beacon is accurate. There's a lot of good mining over here. Friggin' middle of nowhere is where it is, though. There's been a lot of really good mining that I've been passing by my way back. That's the lily pad base. I want this one. Kilometer west. It's like a kilometer east then. Some lithium over there. It's not super critical though. I kind of want to go get the last recipe and begin stocking stuff at that lower base. Just that way I can make sure I'm in a position to build the skeleton when that time comes. I do want to take my prawn suit up there. I love those guys. They're cool. But I do want to take my prawn suit up there because there's some good ion cube mining that I'm going to want to do. Huh. Did they refresh a bunch of mining nodes? Because I feel like there's more mining nodes than I recall there being. Either that or some spotting stuff I didn't notice before. That's definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. Okay, so that's the spot where I want to park stuff. Let's just bring this over here for the moment. Okay. So I'm going to want to move this, which means deconstructing. What? Get out of here. Which means deconstructing this moon pool.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Which I should have a bunch of glass supplies on hand. So let's drop off some of this titanium too while I'm at it. Okay. I can at least make some glass while I'm grabbing a couple of shrub nuts to heal up from getting munched on. So, let's see. Some of the things I'm going to need to do... I think I've got decent... Whatever. Okay, okay, hang on. Let's... Yeah, decent durability. This should take 7. Okay. That's what we call a good start. Okay, so I need more glass. I am ultimately going to need to reinforce some stuff as well, I suspect. But let's begin deconstructing this bad boy. Okay, visibility is utter garbage. Before I remove this to move out, let's go make it hopefully brighter out, because it's a little bit on the dim side. One thing at a time. Oh, good. That's working properly. Maybe they fixed that, because that was definitely one of the things that was buggy. Okay. So if I'm sliding that out to like there-ish. Okay, let's just start with step one, which is taking this down. And then okay, you know what? Step one is going to be building stuff out so that goes to that. Which means I want to grab some titanium. Let's see, so that needs to go there. Yeah. I think I want like 2 of those. How do I want to do this? Okay, I'm going to need quite a few of these, actually. There, and then a T? And then another tubey. I should have some more titanium inside. Actually, let's grab this lithium too. I am 1000% going to need some reinforcements. Okay. Moon pool. Okay. Is that? Is that literally like too low? I think that might just be too low. Interesting. Get your angry self out of here, yo. Okay, so this is an interesting question then. Wow, there's a lot more of these guys down here than I remember there being. We can go to war if you want. Okay. So I can't attach that there. That has to go up like 2 things. I could put this here, though. Okay, where else can I put... like that? Okay, that works. That That works. Okay. So let's do that. Now what I'm thinking... Okay, let's actually just get a feel for what this... Okay, this is a freaking sausage is what this is. Okay, so it attaches at the end there. Okay, so let's take this piece and deconstruct it. And then let's take this piece... No. This piece and deconstruct it. And make a T here. Okay, so if I go with an L compartmento here, can I do a tubular off of that? No. It kind of almost would want to be... I don't know what the problem is. Okay. First of all, I need to get some air, so let's go get some air.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and install our windows for this doohickey. Okay. And then I want to put a glass thing there. Let's go get some glass. I need to make some more glass. Currently, the only way into this space is very low. Do I have nuclear disposal in here? This is the low one. I do. Oh, I have a bunch of spare walls for reinforcement. Okay, cool. I didn't realize I hadn't completely reinforced down here. How are we doing? We're doing good. Okay, this is what I want. I need at least 4 glass left over here. I think that should be quite doable. Okay, I've got 10 glass. So what I'm looking at is putting the thing over here. Now, what do I have? I just never put anything right there. I'm going to put this poster on a different wall. I'm going to put it in here. There. That was a blank wall section. So I could alternatively... Hang on, I need to go look at this base from the outside. Which, needless to say, requires me to get outside. Okay, so I don't have to have this coming off here because I can literally just put a second thing there. I mean, it's fine either way, but like... Okay, let's start by making my life theoretically easier by installing this here. Um. Okay. How does this thing work? So I could put it like here? That doesn't seem like it's working out. This is a friggin' enormous shotgun of a thing. Okay, I have a feeling that putting it there will actually not work out super well. Let's see. And that mega goes into walls and stuff. So I probably would ideally actually like this more here-ish. But that conflicts with where I want that, right? Kinda? Wait, what happened to the things down there? Okay, I'm gonna make an assumption that I don't want this moon pool here. And I'm gonna reposition it, this stuff. How's my inventory? Very glassy. Okay. So hang on. Okay, so if I put a T here. Being more directly over that? Does that work out better? Hang on. Because, like, I could put the moon pool to be kind of reached from here pretty easily. But I would prefer it like over here. So, can I put this enormous shotgun thing like right there? Yes, but if I need to fly in through that end, that's going to be an awful, awful fly-in spot. Okay. Okay, let's... Let's inventory full ourselves. Okay. I just need to drop off something somewhere. Okay, that'll reserve 4 of that for me later. Trying to figure out how to successfully apply this thing is proving to be a little bit of a trick. Okay. So let's make 2 assumptions. The first is that I want this weird shotgun thing. That's the first available spot, yeah. Right there. And then the second is that I want... Okay, let's install this. That feels like a much more usable location. I still need an advanced wiring kit. Let's go grab some copper wire. Let's make a regular wiring kit. That ingot. Okay. I have some gold floating around here, so let's grab that too. All right. Let's build as much of this as we can. Okay, that's not... Turns out that's not very much. Okay, so if I'm trying to build a moon pool out here, I'm definitely gonna have to haul that over. Let's move this guy over to here. I should have some table coral inside, but I'm gonna have to do a bunch of travel from the bottom of my base up to there, so that's gonna be a little annoying.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. So that's there. I'm over from where that... I was in the middle spot. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, inventory full. Let's drop some regular titanium off. Grab some of this. Make a computer chip. Okay. Advanced wiring kit. So do I want that there, or do I want to try to have that over one? I think it makes sense to have that there. Let's take this art and just stuff it over here for the moment, and I'll figure out where I want it later. I didn't fix this bug. This thing is incredibly awkward to position. Okay, so that's similar to the moon pool. And then there's you can enter the base there. Okay. Okay, this is just some sort of big old tubule. Okay, let's see how this works by flying Aquanaut into it. Okay, and then it does exactly what I want. It lets you have modules connected to your base. That looks weird. Okay, excellent, excellent. Oh, and you can modify it here. I mean, I'm happy with where Aquanaut is at on those sorts of regards, but let's eat some of these. Okay. Okay, so that works how you'd want it to work. So if I hit pilot C truck, I see. So it reconnects it. Okay. So it lets you park the sea truck in your base in a way that you can access the modules, but not in a way that lets you... what happens if I exit sea truck here? Yeah, so I can do that. But that's yeah, okay. But not in a way that lets you just take the sea truck out. Like it is parked, but just splits it. This is like 90% where I want it. Because ideally, I'd be able to get the sea truck out of here as well. You know what I mean? Like, the sea truck is basically stored inside of this as well. And so, like, in an ideal scenario of, like, what I'd 100% want, the sea truck, like, would be able to be piloted out this side and leave the modules in here. And that is not the case for how this works. Just put a glass tube there. Okay. Obviously, I need to go get... This is... You can get into your base through this, so that's nice. Let's see. More glass, more titanium. That's what I'm looking for. It is very close to like my ideal, so that's nice. Okay, so I want a moon pool like there. I can't have one exactly there. Yeah, that needs to be up a good bit higher, which I'm not entirely fond of. But I can do. Like right there. Then a vertical connector. A window down there, because I like my windows. Ladder. Why would you orient that way? Okay, so this is something that I have as a big complaint about this game is ladder orientation. I want more control. I don't want the ladder oriented that way. I want the ladder oriented 180 degrees. But this is the orientation that lets me put it in. So every single time I'm gonna have to run past this freaking ladder. So that's vaguely annoying. See what I mean? Like I'm just gonna have to go past that. Okay, let's think about what other things I might want to do here. I think the big thing Do I have just some quartz lying around? I probably do somewhere. I do want more. I do be wanting some more glass. Just some magnetite sitting around. There's a piece of quartz. Okay. Or do I need to be outside to do that? Okay, that's weird. Why is that? You know what? We'll just put a hatch right here. Why not? Why not? Okay. Let's figure out where I want to put this art. I'm going to put this here. And put the alien intruder poster right there. That's nice. I like that. Okay. So the big thing that I need right now, let's go over here. I should have, nope, not over there. Should have some lithium over here somewhere in one of these. Yeah, there's lithium. Do I have one more titanium? I mean, I could just go outside and grab a bunch, but... Okay. Got a lot of copper. Lead is one of those materials that I feel like I need to leave in here because I just need it for a bunch of stuff that I'm going to be making later. You don't even really need benzene for very much. Okay, I should be able to just easily go get some more. Yeah, there's another piece of titanium.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Okay, so that's definitely a very useful thing. Let's go put more windows. But I have... Okay. That's just supposed to be on... You know what? Let's put some windows on this part of the moon pool. That's against a freaking wall, so that has all of the view of nothing. And there's not much of a view over here either. There's a little bit of one over here. But right there is not much of a view. So let's just leave that. Let's tell this guy to skedaddle. Okay. I don't have enough stuff for that just yet. Okay, and did I empty your storage? Okay, it is emptied. Now, that works. Okay, that's good. Right, so I want to unload some of the stuff from here. Let's leave some lead here, though. Good old accidental lockered. Just pushing D. copper. Put some more lithium in here. More silver. Okay, I've got a good amount of diamond there. I don't remember what diamond is specifically used for that I have a bunch, but... Okay, let's make some computer chips. Okay, these computer chips are going to go over here. You know, over here. Put some of that there as well. Put this other copper wire over here. Those things are surprisingly useful, so... Let's dispose of this nuclear waste. Okay, I'm happy with these changes. Let's go get a picture of this base. Eh? It's cool looking up at a base, but I think a picture would work better if it were not so dark. Yeah, it's interesting where it's like this is so close to being 100% what I want, but it's just a little bit off. Still very dark. All right, I can accept this.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. This has a bajillion extra power cells. I don't think I need extra power cells in here, so I'm going to pull these out. That's empty. This has a piece of copper. I'm okay with leaving some copper in here, but let's organize this a little bit better. Okay, that seems good. Yeah. And I want that as well. Let's grab this aerogel. Aerogel tends to be quite useful. A lot of other things aren't super important. See, you need aerogel for heat and for water filtration machines, which I should go visit this one. Delicious potatoes. The melons are very good. I'm gonna grab a couple more waters from the fridge. I think my priority at the moment is actually going to the upper base. Might be able to build one of these crazy things off of that. Okay, let's... Oh man, that is cool. Let's drop a save. And then... let's... Let's look at this crazy mess. There. Not excavator, not lily pad. I want the one over this way. Cliffside base. But I'm gonna look for some mining kind of down below it. In particular, more titanium and more quartz are always the things I'm looking for. I could definitely try to make one of those big ol' honkers coming off of it. That would require me to get some silver, but that's not hard to do. I almost have enough titanium just from those. Oh my goodness, you're so explodey. What the heck? That was some aggressive explodiness. Hey, friend. I'll take that gold from you. Thank you. This area is the first area with a lot of, like, good rare metals in it. Yeah, this thing. I've scanned this, right? No. Well then. That explains why there's still ion cubes down here. Or one, anyway. Not sure how many more of those I need to scan for the, You get... There's one more truck module that you can get that teleports you. And... Or that you can teleport to, more accurately. Oh, my inventory is full. And I'm not sure how much more you need. Some sulfur I don't need. Yeah, there's two right next to each other. That explains why it's exploding like crazy. But I'm not sure how many of those you need to scan to be able to make it, so. Okay, let's just drop these things off in here. That reminds me, I did want to make more beacons, but anyway. Well, I kind of want to grab that quartz, but I kind of also just want to make it my way to this base. Oh wow, you can just like straight down there. These are brute shark eggs, right? Oh, just a creature egg. Interesting. I assumed they're a brute shark, but maybe not. So this just generically says creature. Yeah, lead. Good old lead. Right there is a good spot to get up, but okay, let's see. That's much smaller than I was expecting, so that's interesting. It's 5 durability to make the thing. How's my durability, Captain?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
4. Okay, so we definitely need more structural integrity. That's a weird pseudo window. I think that they did this that way it's easier to see because it's very possible to just completely miss those before. With not great consequences. Okay, I'm going to pull this over to here. I don't believe I brought any lithium with me. Which was maybe a slight oversight. In retrospect. So, let's see. What's the best way of doing this? I mean, I know I have lithium over here, so... Just a bit of a swim. There we go. Work on recharging this battery. This feels a bit ridiculous. Okay, let's just see what happens if I just build it. Oh, okay. I should have enough durability. Oh my goodness. There we go. Put the friggin' docking cannon on the end. My goodness. I still would like to reinforce that. That still is a super weird window. Multiple things can be true at once. Let's... just go this general direction. Hey, look, some mining. Don't mind if I grab some quartz on my way. Wonder what the full patch notes are for this. I know that they added this and they did a bunch of bug fixing. But I don't know 100% what else they did. That might be good to look into. That's copper, copper, don't need copper. I'll take titanium and quartz. Maybe gold. Or what? Oh, there's copper base. Don't have time for you, happy boy. Let's go grab that quartz out the back. So I'm here to grab like a piece of lithium and maybe glass up the thing a little bit more. You know what? I'm gonna grab a couple of spare things there. I tell ya, these guys did not used to be so prolific around here. Prolific? Plentiful? What word am I looking for? Prolific implies they're like making stuff, which is not really what I meant. Okay, let's go make sure I've got some lithium on hand, or this is going to have been a very pointless trip. Not entirely pointless, but you know what I mean. I'll grab 2 pieces of lithium. You know what? I'm going to also eat some healing nuts. There we go. Do something about getting bitten. Having some lithium just on hand will be a good idea in the future, so... Okay, now the real challenge here is that I actually need to get this onto the surface. Which is a trick primarily because it is, as you might notice, somewhat deep right here. Yeah, okay, this does not go far enough. But maybe I can climb up over here. Excellent. Excellent and perfect. Okay. Ooh, this refreshed. Okay, so seams do replenish themselves after a update? A period of time? I'm not quite sure. I'd have to get data on that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Lovely area. I don't know why this ladder happens to actually be aligned the way that I want. It is a complete freaking mystery to me. That was, technically speaking, not entirely necessary, but I'm happy for it. Let's just put some lithium in there, and I want to carry some spare batteries. Seems like a good idea. It's interesting. I almost don't need a moon pool down here because this weird contraption is basically doing everything that I wanted from a moon pool. Moon pool is arguably a little bit better if I'm not using the full thing, but right. I also want to go grab some salt. I brought some salt with me that I dumped in one of these when I left. I am really happy with this particular base's like verticality components and stuff. Very satisfying. Let's just set that to Pengling Research. It's on renewable resources, so that's also just fine. Aquarium. Lovely view. Okay. Let's make some more of those. Did I put those in my... Hang on, I'm going to need to check something here. Okay, let's... make some water purification tablets. Okay, and then wardrobe. Yeah, because I don't need the laser cutter, the habitat builder, the air bladder. I do want Pengling Research. I don't need those. And I think I put my thermoses inside here. I did. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize you could equip them like that. No, thank you. Yeah, I don't think I need my habitat builder. I do want... Is that the only Pengling Research I actually get on my thing? That must be like the closest one. Or something. Do I have copper? Okay, I have a copper. That'll do, I guess. Yeah, okay, I've got a lot of those meals. I'm good on that front. I'll make a beacon, I guess, for now. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not really equipped for doing a swimming expedition at the moment. You know what I am equipped to do, though? Drop this off and put this beacon away. Okay. Yeah, okay. There's definitely way more penguin research out there, but that's fine. Let's eat a fevered pepper. Call that good. And set out to do some stuff. Thank you. I really kind of want to pick up that quartz, but I don't need it, so. That pangolin research is not inland, is it? So we're going to go get the antidote area and handle all of that stuff. And then we're going to go get the other thing. This is way more verticality. Like a lot more movement than it did previously. This is just a superior option for navigation over the Snow Fox most of the time. I want to like the Snow Fox, I really do, but... Oh, don't need to go down there. But I gotta level with y'all. It's just not very good. Unless they buffed it. What am I looking for? I'm just... This is not the special one, I don't think, but... you know what? I'll take some magnetite. Oh wow, there's a bunch of resources off of this one. Magnetite's the only really useful one, but... in terms of, like... acquisition being a bit of a challenge. That sounds angry. Oh, I don't like that. Shoe. Do you wanna go toe to toe with this thing? No, no, you're correct. You don't. You are correct. Oh, there's a little another pangolin research area down there. That's neat. That's also not the special one I need, but there might be some cool things down there. There, problem solved. Aggressively solved, perhaps, but solved.
What's our mission?
Interesting that all of these things are showing up now that I am... okay, this is just a bunch of quartz. And I'm happy for quartz, but...
On standby.
yeah, I don't know. Okay. There's not a whole lot that's scary down this way besides snowstalkers, so... okay, the thing I need is in this area. Finding it may prove a little tricky. I think it's on a ridge over that way. Doesn't help that it's dark out, and I think the range of my thing doesn't quite extend here. You really should have left me alone, you know. So I have a map of this area. The problem is it is Very challenging to read. It indicates that I should be due west of the dock, though. And the dock is kind of over there-ish? So maybe it's up there? Maybe it's more this way? It's definitely in a cave. That's what I'm looking for. Maybe this is it? This might be it.
Spiders anywhere on the line.
Maybe. Well, this is definitely a thing, but I don't think this is not the one that I need.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
I don't know how they set this up. There's an extensive area back here, though, that's for sure. I don't need more quartz. I want to avoid filling my inventory up entirely with quartz. Also, there's some more magnetite right here, which I'm more than happy to obtain. What was this glacial log? Sam. Danielle at Omega Lab ran samples on the ice cores we pulled, and she says this glacial ice formed unusually fast. Half the microorganisms from the samples aren't even native to this planet. She said they'd name a eukaryote after me, but maybe she was just being nice. I'm gonna get some more data, like ASAP. And Vin said there's some unusual geothermal activity that's causing the glacial basin to collapse faster than expected. Could use some of that geothermal heat in the station. So, like, fleshing things out a little bit, but nothing major. Okay, I'm definitely too far.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter. New technology acquired.
Uh... So that's starting to get to the pink foresty area. I should definitely do some repairs on this, but... Whoops, not over the edge, please. Like, I definitely need to go over that way, but... Oh, maybe this is the one I'm looking for? Yeah, I think this is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, this is the one I'm looking for. It was standing on me.
Agent online.
Sam must have stashed this here. She was gonna use this antibacterial agent to neutralize the bacterium.
You get a recipe for it that's very easy to make. just because they needed you to be able to make it easily. Do I send this back in for that magnetite? Probably not. I'm fairly magnetite
See you later.
rich at the moment. Okay. That's one of the big things. Finding that is a little bit tricky, just because it's the map that you get that shows where it is a little bit unclear. Yeah, that's the major contributing factor to that being a little tricky. Can I get through here? The answer is yes, with enough persistence. Was that a bad idea? I think this is just back out where I came in. Let's go up and over. Yeah, let's get very hot very quickly. Because I want to go get to the site over this way. These trees are really, really pretty. Unfortunately, I don't think you can grow them. I'd love to be able to. But you can't get seed samples, so... Is it more this direction? Yeah, here's what I'm looking for. I get it. Water purification tablets, y'all. And food. Let's drop some stuff off. Yeah, that's good. That'll do. I'm going to leave this here at the entrance. I don't need to take it all the way in with me, and it should be fine there. And trying to bring it in is just going to be a pain anyway. This is where all sorts of things went down.
Security bunker.
Did the person who worked here also live in storage?
Good joke. I don't need that for... Is that safe there at the entrance? I don't want Rock Raider to get blown up by some wandering wildlife. I'm gonna walk him in the base. It's about there. That feels a bit better. Ow. Let's drop some of those off. Some water's off. And a flare. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's eat a nutrient block now. There's a bunch of good stuff to find here, so I want to make sure I've got space for it. Drop a save. Does it feel like it's a good idea?
happened here?
I sense many things here. Death among them.
That's super easy to miss. That's where things really went wrong.
This was Sam's necklace. She never took it off.
A spare scanner, just in case somehow you get here without having made a scanner.
Sister's death was accompanied by significant destruction.
Doesn't make any sense. She would never destroy a base. Well, baselessly.
Are your feelings confused? I am detecting more than one.
I don't know. I feel disillusioned, worried. I thought I knew Sam better than I really did. When we were kids, I was always the one breaking and rebuilding things. She wouldn't even go into a bake sale without a plan. For classic oatmeal cookies, no less. So serious. She wouldn't have anything to do with my molecularly transformed caramel pretzel lumps.
Your mind goes easily to food. To distract you from your feelings.
Okay, I think that's enough mind reading for now. This wasn't negligence. That's not Sam. This was something else.
They kind of have written this dialogue as if you had come here earlier. I don't know how hard it would have been for them to set up like two things of dialogue, one for if you have more information and one for if you have less. Obviously, we have a lot of information. There's a lot of good, rare, higher end materials here as well. You can get some prawn suit stuff if you haven't yet. I'm coming here pretty late in my playthrough. I think in my first playthrough I came here much earlier and then had to come back for reasons that we'll see now. One downside of this sort of scheme I'll point out momentarily. Some good curled up materials. Some nice teeth on this bad boy. So right here, you need to insert the antidote. If you don't have it, you can't do that. And so if you are like me and you, on my very first playthrough, I had no idea what to do. Like with the antidote. And I was just like, I literally cannot remember what I'm supposed to do. Or like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I can't remember it. Whee! But all you do is you click on this, you insert the bottle of antidote. And then you go over here and you click on this guy to begin the injection process.
I believe the antibacterial agent was effective. Without it, the bacteria could have spread. Now it cannot. Your sister's memory will live in you through this gesture.
Feels good. Doing this one last thing for Sam. I feel like I got some closure.
My people do not experience endings as you do. Do humans feel joy in realizing that you've reached the end of something?
Sometimes. Closure is a sense of resolution, like knowing that even though it still hurts, it'll be okay. I did what I came to do. I found out what really happened to her, and I got to finish her work. I learned a little bit more about the person I've looked up to for, well, my whole life. I wish I told her that more. Sam always wanted to make a difference. She wanted the bacteria contained to keep everyone safe. I'm grateful to give her that. I just wish I could have said goodbye.
So that's all we need to do here. But I couldn't, like, I had found that so early in my playthrough, but that by the time I figured out where the antidote actually was and had gotten it, I'd forgotten what to do with it. I was just clueless. So that made for just kind of an awkward... Like, I had to literally look up, what do I do with this? Because I had no idea. I don't know why this automatically closes. I'm going to just pop my nose back in here just to make sure I haven't missed anything. His bed is really freaking cool, by the way. I did miss something. I missed that. Did he also live in storage? That's a really good joke. Okay, I want to go back to my base now. So I can offload a bunch of the stuff that I picked up. If you need to make more of the antidote, they made it an incredibly simple recipe. Oh, there's the jump module. It's not worth it. Horsepower. This is a module that I have a really hard time getting because I just can't seem to find the second one, like, ever. Here's the antidote. It's just a fevered pepper and a frost vase plant. That seems a bit, like, overly simplistic. Like, really? Couldn't anybody have just discovered this? They didn't make a big deal out of finding the antidote. I mean, the first game does, but not this one. The most reasonable explanation is that those plants particularly concentrated enzyme 42, which serves as a cure to the Karov bacterium. And just the antidote is isolating that. So I think that's a pretty reasonable explanation. As far as those things go. Can I go through this cave? There's definitely going to be some caves that this big chonker's not going to be able to take ladders to get out of. Oh, that's water. You know what? Maybe I can go through here. If this lets me go out the dock, that'll do. It's a great spot for getting air. I don't need air, but... Okay, so I've come out loosely somewhere. Stuff I need to go is that way. I can turn off that search for pingling research. Bunny hopping is so much faster way of navigating with this guy. I cannot see, like, very much at all right now. Okay, I'm kind of going in circles. I need to go this direction more. Okay. Yeah, I know where we are now. We're right by Phi Robotics. So that's that plot line wrapped up. see. No, I want to see how full my... you know what? There's some quartz over here for me to pick up. And if I drink a water, I can pick up this other quartz. Okay. Let's get some stuff taken back to this ship. The sub. The Aquanaut. My good old Lego reference.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Some copper, a piece of glass. Advanced wiring kit. Just a whole mess of silver. Lubricant is good to have on hand too. That's something that kind of comes up randomly. Here's a spare scanner. Okay, and then let's put the necklace over here. Okay, that works for me. I don't need the Pengling research. Turn on ion cube. That'll be good. I do wish there was more that I could do with this space that would feel mechanically meaningful. It's just, you know what? I can interact with the executive toy. I would like a few more like craftable doodads. Like we can make these frames, but I wish we could make like desk-sized frames. And had a few like models and stuff we could make. I don't know. I'm full of contradictions. Okay, let's get stuff out of this storage here. A lot of stuff. I don't need fluff for anything. Oh man, I can make it so many water purification tablets. Okay, let's get the antidote cleared off. Let's make some more glass. Like the other thing too is like little decorations like that would be a really good use of some of those rarer ender game crafting materials. So there'd be some value in that as well. Ender game. Sort of language am I using here? Okay. Maybe I'm going to take some stuff back. There was still... Okay, let's go to this storage and put food away there, and then let's make some waters. Okay. I kind of want to just take my sub back to my main base at Kappa and unload a bunch of extra stuff. So let's do that. Ion cube over there. Don't know where that is. Obviously, I don't have all of my stuff, but I'm going to just end-to-end park it in the new thing. Yeah. Fantastic. This would be a little bit faster if I had that horsepower module that I'd like to install, but I need to find the last bits too. It turns out copper mining, like general area, is not a terrible place to put a base. It's kind of near a bunch of stuff, but it's also not like 100% ideal either, and for other reasons, it's complicated, I guess you might say. This is also not the ideal place for this, but whatever. It works well enough.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. Let's just start with our posters. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Right. I've got various things to put away. Glass. I have so much freaking water right now. Let's put some water in the fridge. And then put some magnetite away. Magnetite is trying to put a lie to the label of rare metal that I put on it, but we'll see how that goes. This one. Necklace, creature egg. I should leave some silver here, I feel like. I'm going to leave that gold, though. That one's fine. Synthetic fibers I'll bring with me. I should make the recyclotron. There we go. Quartz. Let's see. Recyclotron just requires one of these and an ingot. Oh, I can't make it right now. I left my habitat builder back in the other thing. That's okay. We'll worry about that later. Yeah, it's just so many extra power cells. Okay, let's drop off the gold. Silver. Synthetic fibers, which I don't have a present need for. Hopefully there's enough room in here to hatch that, whatever that is. I mean, I could just remove some eye jellies. There's a freaking lot of them. Like, look at this. This is ridiculous. Okay. Eye jellies through the thing. Yeah, that one was fine. This one's now been emptied. I kind of want to leave that stuff there for future use. I feel that way about the titanium and the lubricant. Hydrochloric acid and scanner. That extra scanner can come out. It's like I'm torn between trying to like give myself maximum capacity for random junk. And oh, quartz. Let's just bring a bunch of salt with me. And like leaving stuff stocked for future base building. Because like I do want to go make another base. I just want to take care of the stuff up here first, and I want to potentially mine some ion cubes, and so I've definitely made myself some space, but this way. It's just one of those things where I'm like, okay, how much of this do I grab and what capacities and stuff, so. I don't know where that ion cube is. Because that's towards like Alpha or Phi robotics area. I might take the Snow Fox out and try to find out. If it's mineable, I'll have to come back with a Rock Raider, but I'm just not sure what it is.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really weird. That's like way over there. That's not even... Okay, that's just deeply weird. I don't know where that is or where that's supposed to be. Let's make some water purification tablets. This has a bunch of salt already, but we'll drop off some more salt. Okay. There we go. That's water for days. I don't actually need the spy pangling at this point, so I'm going to just put it back inside the thing here. Because there's no reason to be carrying that around if I don't need it. How are the batteries on this guy doing? Let's pull out the repair tool. Drop a save. Okay, they're at 52%. Let's see. That one's at 52, and that one's at 52. Well, both of the batteries being at 52% makes it remarkably evenly used, but also I can't just replace one and be done with it, you know? Wait. These got restocked too. That's fascinating. Huh. So apparently the update, like, reset a bunch of stuff. not like progress, but like materials and chests and stuff. So that's an interesting. I know they did some fiddling with save files, but that's an interesting bug, I guess. Oh. Gotta tell that to go back out. This is another thing that made me feel deep discomfort when I did it my first time. I shouldn't pick up too many of those because that'll be a problem. I feel like the above surface stuff is okay. So that ion cube respawned. I feel like the above surface stuff is not as good as the underwater stuff. Like it's fine, but the feeling of freedom and mobility underwater is superior to the above water experience. There's some mining that you can do in some of those tunnels, but I just don't see a reason to. The main mining I have any interest in doing out here is of ion cubes that are in a cave. There is some spy pangling research stuff here, but I don't know. There might be a PDA back there or something. Is this the spot? Yeah, here we are. Ah, gonna drink some water soon. That'll be nice. And it's like there's not an above ground version of the moon pool that you can plug the this guy into, for example. It's just something I'm the stuff that supports underwater is just stronger. That's really what it kind of comes down to. Let's go ahead and do that. Hydration. This is what I was hoping to get when I scanned for ion cubes, by the by, but... And this is also the strongest concentration of them, I think. Please wait. You can look up and down, but not side to side. Okay. Does this exit out this way? Okay, that would head back. I don't want to head back yet. I do want to avoid getting destroyed by worms. The worms will absolutely eat those guys, by the way. Can I take this all the way to my destination? I might not be able to, actually. I might need to go back and... I think I can. I don't know where my visibility went. Taking a vacation, apparently. Is there a... No? What am I looking for exactly here? Oh, this just goes down. Okay, it's not like a... I don't need more silver and gold right now. I think I need to go this way. Or maybe? If I can? Maybe I can't. A bunch of seams of stuff. Oh. Hello. There we go. There's the sea truck teleportation module. I actually had that come in handy in my very first playthrough. I had gone into the very deep spot that you do to do some of the end game stuff, and my prawn suit had basically... I had left it in an area where it's getting attacked by a shadow leviathan without realizing it, so it got destroyed. And what I ended up doing is being like, well, I left my sea truck in a much less terrible location. I'm going to go back to where I left it by using this module. Is that? Oh, that's diamonds. Okay, I don't really need diamonds, but that's cool. Oh yeah, the thumper. I don't care about the thumper.
New blueprint synthesized.
What, the thumper? Just drink that. I have so much water. Water is not a concern. I think there's a ton of diamonds down here. Yeah, I don't know. I have no need for so much diamond right now. It's just not used for a ton. Like, it's definitely used, but it's not that aggressively. Okay. This is going back towards base. It's not. That's not where I need to go. You're in a series of twisting passages all alike. It's a reference to an old text-based parser game, I think. Batteries are definitely starting to get a little bit on the low side on this guy.
Data balance is so strong. There is almost certainly vital information pertaining to my body construction nearby.
I'm gonna replace the cells with fresh ones and grab some of these ion cubes out of here. Okay. Let's drop a save. Yeah, this is the area I wanted to get to. You can hear the friggin' worms over there. Should be a dead ice worm over here too that you can scan. You can't. I don't think you can scan a living one. Wow, that's scanned remarkably quickly. I think it's down here. Yeah, here we are. You'll want to bring this in here because there's another chunk of mining you can do over here. I want all the ion cubes I can get. Yeah, you don't need that many, realistically. But they are useful. Can make another set of batteries for this guy. Or I can feed him into the tether machine. You get 3 teleports out of 1 ion cube. It takes 100,000 energy to do one. Which is quite a lot of power, quite frankly. My inventory is full. Okay, let's put the almost dead batteries in there. Oh, Pinnacarid egg discovered. That's cute. So the thing that you actually need here that can be a little hard to see by this thing is this arm section.
Ah, that is a rough way to go.
Yes, I would not enjoy being crushed while mining iron cube components.
The coal preserved the body well, but this isn't a big sample. Will it be enough?
Our tissues are pluripotent, derived from the DNA of various species, capable of changing form as necessary.
Like stem cells. So, what prevents you from, I don't know, ending up with hooves where your eyelashes should go?
That does not happen. The beast was not since the fourth iteration.
I love the implication that it absolutely happened. Freaking worms, yo. Thankfully, bunny hopping with this thing is very fast. What are we looking at here? Medkits, nutrient blocks, the huge. Looks like the huge. Yeah, okay, I don't need any of this junk. As you can see, though, there's a lot of free supplies. So you can focus most of your time playing this game on exploration if you'd rather. It is up to you to decide if you want to focus your experience on exploration or base building. Obviously, I have chosen to focus my experience on base building because that's the part that I enjoy. The exploration is fun, don't get me wrong. I like it. I think it works as a great complement to the exploration. But I'll be happy to be done with this particular wasteland. There's the good mining a couple kilometers away. There's my mostly unused snow fox. Excellent. Let's enter the sea truck.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
You have found two of the three components required for the construction of my corporeal form.
Yes, I have.
This is as close as I have come to autonomy in a long time.
You have such a way with words.
Is that sarcasm?
It was. You're learning.
Hopefully, I will not have time to complete my study.
I was wondering, if you could transfer bodies, why was it important to find a cure when you were infected? Couldn't you just make a new body?
As you can see in the components you have scanned thus far, the forms we require combine biological and mechanical parts. The tissues you have scanned were developed from the DNA of 27 separate alien species.
27? That seems greedy. And wouldn't that mean that anything that infects a body you've manufactured can potentially learn how to infect all those other species?
Yes, that is why a cure was imperative.
Yeah, they had to find a cure because anything that could infect them could infect tons of things. I think that's a pretty good explanation for it. Okay, we can leave our cold weather supplies here. Don't need it. Don't need the pangolin research. I like this base. I think this base came out really well. But we're not really going to have much reason to visit it in the future. So I'm going to grab this magnetite and copper and quartz because those are going to be useful elsewhere. I can actually take the flares apart in the recyclotron. I'm going to leave batteries here. I'm going to leave this silver here. I mean, I can always come back if I want to. I just won't feel a need to. I like this base, but I think it turned out really nicely. I like the views that you can get from up here too. It's weird that that's going that way. It's a cool base. I like it. Anyway, on that note, let's go back to the copper mining base. I have a bunch of stuff to unload. Just a whole lot of it. Feels like I've been going longer than I have. It's interesting. Not sure why. Probably because of the hour. It's 7:47 and it's dark outside. Used to be light until like 8:30, 10:30 almost. That's what happens with autumn.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Here we go. Yeah, my inventory is full of stuff. Okay, let's start with the obvious of setting the sun on. Ah, yes, Parvin's bed. It's a very strong bed. Recyclotron. There we are.
This hybrid technology allows for the recycling of natural resource components, without rinsing and sorting them into bins first.
Why can flares not be recycled? They're made from... whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Can I recycle this? Yeah. Into a titanium. Excellent. Okay, so something that I think I'm going to do, I'm going to grab some magnetite here. And I'm going to make some of the scanner things to just carry on the thing. I mean, I might as well, right? Because Because if that's one of the main things that I need, then I might as well just have them on hand. Okay, I don't need these flares, so I'm going to take the flares out of there. And I'm going to store some waters there. The thermoses aren't going to be super useful at this point, so they're just going to end up in here. I might make a thing just for ion cubes, actually. Having some of them with me is probably good, but let's see. Let's put these in the extras bin as well while I'm at it. I don't need multiple batteries. I don't need this many flares. Okay, ion cubes. Extras. I'll put some meals in there, some waters. Let's go ahead and put these flares in here. I just don't think I need to carry flares with me at this point. And water purification tablets. I did want to make a couple more. Yeah, I'm never gonna make that. A couple more beacons. I probably don't need this many, but I'd rather have the extra beacons on hand and not need them. Alright, what do I need to make? Yeah, the thumper I don't need. The silicon rubber, 2 titanium, and okay, that's easy enough. I'd like to have one of those on hand. Cube. Tether tool. What now? What did I click on? That's what I wanted to click on.
Tether tool facilitates instant travel to a paired C-drug teleportation module. Ion cube required for use.
Yes, that is very true. Okay, that's good. That's good. Locker D is just full of cubes. Okay, and that's good. I need like 2 advanced ones. Okay, let's start by dropping off ion cubes. And then I need to go up to this guy. Open storage. Let's get the flares out of there. I'm going to drop the tether tool off. I'm just going to throw these away. I don't need them taking up space. They'll burn for a while. There we go. Whatever. Why can I not? Cannot recycle used items. Oh, okay. So I'd have to make a power cell charger. I don't really want to do that. Advanced wiring kit, lithium, titanium. Whatever. I can just stick them in my thing then. I can get rid of these power cells if I want to. Let's grab some glass. Let's put some cubes away. Oh my goodness. I have more cubes than fit in one locker. That's not a bad problem to have, but like... Okay. I don't need this here. Let's make sure... Okay, so I need 3 diamonds and a plasteel ingot and polyaniline. I think I need one of those for the bit that I don't have yet. Synthetic fibers. 3 diamonds. Polyaniline. I do have hydrochloric acid. So I just need a gold. I can get root pustules from the other base pretty easily. Yeah, I can hatch the sea monkey egg if I want to. Do you need benzene? I don't remember what the last one needs. Okay, let's see what the... I also want to make the teleportation module. Okay, that's really easy to make. Go this way. There we go. Oh, hey.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, I need rubies. Let's go from my extra first. Don't know how magnetite ended up in there. I need 2 plasteel ingots. Okay. Let's put some copper away. Cool. Advanced wiring kit is one of those things that's like pretty easy to make, but also like requires you to make it. Okay. I have an advanced wiring kit. Floating around somewhere in here. Yeah, there it is. Well, I didn't quite mean 3, but that's where it ended up. I'm gonna keep the mobile vehicle bay in my base here, I think, because... Or maybe I'll just leave it up here, quite frankly. No reason to have it taking up space. I think I want to go to where the good mining is and do some mining over there. But if I leave that up there, then that's just not taking up a bunch of space. So. So I need root pustules and a plasteel ingot. I'm not too concerned about the plasteel ingot. If I'm being real with y'all. Is that everything from you? Yeah, okay. Energy fully charged. Okay, let's attach this to the back. Also, I'm going to pull these regular power cells. I just don't... I'm going to make it some better ones, because why not? I have an overwhelming number of ion cubes at the moment. Okay, I'm gonna... deconstruct some things. Here's some copper. I need some ribbon plants, but there's ribbon plants down there. I'm just gonna stick ribbon plants over here. You know what? I'll leave a couple of extra batteries here. Okay, so I need ion cube. I need 4 ion cubes, I think. I'm going to need 4 of these. So I'm going to need to grab lithium. Which I believe I have some lithium in here somewhere? It's not hard to grab more lithium. So. Okay, I need 2 wiring kits. I'm gonna make 4 wiring kits, so that way I can bring a couple extra with me. Just to have on hand. Okay. I want to grab a few more of these. I don't know if I need benzene, so I'm going to just grab some benzene. And some fiber mesh to bring with me. I don't need spiral plant clippings, I don't think. I'm going to grab 1 anyway, just in case. Just in case it makes sense to want them. This is our teleportation module. It looks nice and alien-y. I'm going to make a couple of ingots. My logic here is that I'm going to be able to build a recyclotron. So I can just take care of that there. I don't know. Do I over-prepare for these? Under-prepare? Who knows? I can't tell you. What I can tell you is that ingots take up significantly less space. And also, I've got some power sources for that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. I think that's everything I want to do here for now. Actually, if I have... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna... Do I have any... No, that's just other mineral extras. Most of the things you need to make don't involve rubies. I'm gonna grab some anyway, and maybe... There's magnetite down there. Okay. Where I'm going, there is plenty of magnetite. Okay. Oh, well, where I'm ultimately going to be going anyway. That's probably way more diamonds and is, strictly speaking, useful. should just turn these into advanced wiring kits. It's what I'm going to want them to be anyway, so I'm... Might as well just do that now and save some space. Okay. I want to go to my twisty vent space. I'm going to grab a couple of... this is like almost where I want it, you know? Okay. Not lily pad. This is Kappa. There's twisty vents. The big things that I'm wanting to pick up here are root pustules, which I have in storage, so I just need to grab 2 of those. Yeah, you can already feel that this thing's gotten a lot slower. But yeah, I want to grab some other stuff here in the form of table coral. Maybe some quartz if I come across it. Because I seem to love... I have a glass addiction, so I need to feed that. I only want, like... Okay, you're going after something else. That's fine. Like 3 table coral or something. It's weird because, like, I need some amount on hand. But, like, too much is going to waste space. I'm happy to pop some galena. I want to go to the area where there's good mining, and I want to mine some titanium and quartz there. I also need to pick up some lithium, but lithium can be had where I'm going, so I don't need to worry about that too much. It's the table coral that literally cannot be gotten there that I'm much more interested in obtaining. Then I'm always happy to try for some other goodies. Because the thing that I just run into is I feel like I end up wanting more computer chips than I think I would. Right? You know what I mean? So I should actually probably be popping some of this limestone. Okay, that's fine. Because if I get some copper, I can just make another copper wire. And use that for... making another computer chip. Predators don't like being attacked back. Just useful life lesson, I guess. That's enough table coral, which is why I'm suddenly seeing it freaking everywhere. I'm sure that's how that tends to work, it seems. Okay. Where's my stuff over there? Excellent. So at this point, what I kind of all I need to do to finish the game is get myself a few things. Yep, yep. Let's see. I do need some gold. Let's look for some calverite around here. I'll be happy to grab some lithium if I spot it, but it's not a huge priority. Okay, there we go. Now allowing me to make another computer chip.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And I need 2 pustules. Don't need your salt. I will take your water. I do like the overall shape and feel of that base quite a bit. I have so much water on hand. It's actually a little excessive. Again, I can, if I put all of the titanium that I collect into ingots, it'll just take up less space. So, and I can recyclotron it apart to get more. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and go to the area where there's the good mining. Yeah, that way. I'm gonna pull these off. Yeah, because then I'm going to go deeper. Where the chillus rate? Oh, there it is. It's going to attack us. Hope nobody is too freaked out by that. I myself have gotten to the point where that is not particularly threatening feeling. Let's drink some water. Thank you. Let's see, so once I mine some quartz and titanite here, which, if all of the nodes have respawned because of either time away from playing the game or the update, which all of the treasure chests also like refilled, which is kind of weird. I feel like it won't be too difficult to get the resources I want / need, but anyway. There's more good stuff over there. We're gonna take care of the titanium back here first. Quartz as well. Again, Recyclotron is going to make this a good idea for conserving space. Do I have... That's one. Well, you know what? It does conserve space, so... Just go ahead and do that for now. Could make some copper wire, and that would conserve some space too, but I'm not... I don't know, there's only so far I want to go on any of this. I have so much water in here. Cool. Okay. I think I'd like to mine out another titanium or two, and then call that good. I can just leave the raw titanium in this guy here, though. Rather than go through with fiddling with it. Again, don't really feel like I need the copper there. There's so much good mining here, yo. Still registering as at 100%. Hey, nice to meet you, Kamoy5153. Welcome. Appreciate you dropping by. Don't know when you sent the message. I was kind of focused on the game. Huh. How's capacity? Okay. Pretty full. Is that like partially mined quartz still over here? So, a lot of titanium here as well. You know what, let's just fill this thing's backpack up. I can hold like 6 more pieces. That's good. Okay, let's go back. I'm probably over-preparing, but meh. Yeah, we're heading down to that crystal base. That's what we're doing. Gonna tell that to begin looking for some shadow leviathans. Yeah, it's mostly because I'm in... All of those things are, like... I'm basically in the extreme southeast corner. So, like, all of my various bases and stuff are that way. I actually have more stuff that I have off right now. I probably don't need Delta Station Dock right now, for example. I definitely don't need the Snow Fox. I can turn that off. I don't know why I still have Pilot Last Known Signal up, but I kind of like it as a reference point. Same with Delta Station Dock, if I'm being honest about it, but... But yeah, it's just kind of like we're facing the direction that everything else in the game is, so... Yeah. I love those Lego sets as a kid. The, let's see, which one do I need? No, I need the side rack. There it is. I named my prawn suit Rock Raider. Actually, I'm going to grab some lithium while I'm over here. And it's just glowing back at me. I was really disappointed that those things were not a better heat source for a base. It really feels like they ought to be. We're probably about to get frustrated here. Okay, I heard it, but apparently decided to leave me alone, which I am all for. Not having to deal with getting attacked by one of those things. I wish this experiment had worked out better. It's a cool idea for a base, in my opinion. But it's just so space consuming. And the fact that the ladders didn't work properly, that's the part that I think is most, like, disappointing about it. Because I really expected the ladders to work. And then they just didn't. They were just angled the wrong way from what I wanted, and I couldn't make them be another way from what I could. Maybe you can actually use the rotate. You know what? I'm realizing maybe I should have tried rotating with the friggin' scroll wheel. Why did I not think of that earlier? Why am I just now thinking of rotating the ladder with the scroll wheel? I feel like I should have figured that one out a while ago, as something to at least try. Okay, I want to make a plasteel ingot. Okay, I already have a titanium ingot, so never mind, I can just do that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. You know what? I don't think I need more water right now. I have so much on board my thing. But what I am going to do is go back to Excavator Base and see if I can... See if I can just, like, rotate the ladders to have them be the way that I want instead of not the way that I want. Because for some reason I was trying to, like, rotate myself and the ladders were just snapping to a specific position, and it's like, that's not working the way I want, and I just didn't think to try rotating them with the rotatey controls. And now I'm feeling profoundly silly for not thinking of trying that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Because you can see, like, this is absolutely terrible. But if I... Let's see. Nope. Scroll wheel doesn't do anything. Okay, nope. You have to construct the ladders the way that they think the ladder should be built. And that's just kind of it. I like the feel of this because it feels kind of like a ship. Ideally, it'd have a lot more windows, but I decided I had done enough proof of concept with it, so... No, my inventory is too full to carry marble one. That's fine. I can pick up some more lithium if I see it, though. So that would be a good thing to keep an eye out for. Interesting that you just straight up stop moving while you're fiddling with those. There's some spiral plant. Let's just eat. Yeah. Free up a little bit of inventory space, eh? Go to a spot where it makes the music freak out at me again. Go to unnerving music. This base was designed with the idea of 2 of those in mind, so it doesn't really fit with I hate it when there's just decorative rock. So it doesn't... Oh, yeah. I want to make sure this is set to find Shadow Leviathans. I feel like I lost my train of thought somewhere in there, but that's okay. What, did they just remove Shadow Leviathans from the game? I doubt it. They stop you from being able to scan for them? That would be weird. Kinda don't like going out here without being able to scan for them, though. I want to pick up that quartz so much, but that's not what I'm out here for. I'm out here for lithium. I need lots of it. Ah, well, lots is a bit strong, but I do want quite a few pieces of it. I mean, that's where my base is getting its power, so... I could go back to Excavator and see if that sees Shadow Leviathans, but I don't know why that would see Shadow Leviathans when the base closer to Shadow Leviathans is not seeing them. I love seeing those thin blue lines. Just connecting my base together. But lithium is really important for reinforcements, so... Inventory is full. Well... I guess that's probably enough for now, then. I like rock punchers. Okay, so let's go see if that spawned the Shadow Leviathan so the thing will actually let me do something about him. By which I mean, show me where they are. Glow whale. That's weird. Does the other one get the Shadow Leviathans? That would be also profoundly strange, but... I don't think I have an empty spot. No, I don't. That's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just going to go back up to the excavator base, see if it can see the Shadow Leviathans for some reason. I don't know why it would be able to, though, like I said, so... Again, it's possible that the most recent update made Shadow Leviathans invisible to radar. Which, I mean, I guess that's not unreasonable. Yeah, glycerate, glow whale. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if they decided to make Shadow Leviathan. Why is this? No, never mind. These letters are the same, right? Yeah. Very strange. Very strange indeed. I'll have to go look at the patch notes more thoroughly from that midweek or from the update earlier. Either way, I want to go deeper and like build a thing, build a base. All my creep vines spawning in over there. Let's step inside this guy for a moment. Drop a save. Let's go deeper. Let's make a deeper base. Let's repair my thing first. Does anything else need repair? I don't think so. Yeah, that's doing fine. There was a nice area with a bunch of gold and kyanite and stuff that I kind of want to go find again. It's interesting that this game doesn't go as deep as the first Subnautica. There's my thermal plant working away. I am just banging this against everything. I feel like maybe I should stop doing that, but it's going to be easier said than done. I'm feeling nervous. Some good mining in the area, but I don't need that offhand. What's the phrase I'm looking for? I have plenty of materials with me, and in fact, too many materials, some might say. Yes, this is the area that I was thinking of. Oh, there's a Shadow Leviathan right over there. So they're definitely around. Okay. Oh, well that's not good. Oh, okay. It just decided to yeet me out of my sub for some reason. Can I make a large room? That seems improbable. This might be a problem spot to build a base on account of maybe it might get half eaten. Or attacked by Shadow Leviathan. You know what I mean. Okay. Strength is low. That's fine. I want to build a compartment here, and we can put I don't know why I did that. That made things a little harder on myself, but whatever. More titanium. Woo! This is why I wanted to load up on titanium. Yeah, okay, I hear ya. Okay, so my plan is to put a moon pool above this. Here-ish, maybe? Does that work? I think that works. That feels a little low. Yeah, that feels about right. Okay. So I have some more ingots. They're just not in that particular spot. Inventory is full of random other stuff. Called glass. I should have some lead around here as well. There we go. Yes. Okay. You know what? I think I want that one to be a glass one. Boy, we're deep enough that that is coming with some serious durability penalties.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen
Engine production offline.
offline.
Yes, I know. Of course, that makes the ladder such that you kind of are facing the wrong way, but what can you do? The idea here is that you should be able to stand on top of that with the prawn suit. Be able to get inside, which I like as an idea. Can I put the docking cannon? No, but I could theoretically put it up here. Okay, I'll probably install the docking cannon up there. Okay. I need... more durability. So let's... Yeah. Okay, I think my first priority needs to be... Let's see, I thought I had... Cool, that's green now. Yeah, okay, good. Let's see. Thermal might be too magnetite. Hang on. I think it is. Do I have another magnetite floating around here somewhere? I feel like I should. Yeah, there's one in there. Okay, very good. I'm filling up on that for a couple of reasons. Oh, good, more lithium. Let's see. Right here is a particularly good spot to build a reinforcement. And I'm also going to put an exterior grow bed up here. Actually, I'm going to install 2 of them up here. One for creepvine and one for not creepvine. Okay. There should be... Yeah, right here seems like a spot where there's a source of heat. $70C, yeah, that'll provide some power. I do need to grab some gold. A poly cage, that's interesting looking. Okay, there is some gold down here. That's mineable. I don't feel like getting that just yet, though. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we can get it. Let's just pull that out. I don't think this will be too hard to get out of. There's a lot of silver and gold down here. Gonna need to drink some water soon. Okay. How do I get out of here? Here it is. It seems like the ambient water temperature is just much higher up here. I wish there was a use for that much kyanite, but having a mineable thing like that doesn't seem like it's terribly useful. You know, I can get all of the gold I want into the back of my prawn suit. But unless I actually take it out of the back of my prawn suit, it doesn't really do me much good, does it? No, it really, really doesn't. Hey, Hawk. Welcome, Hawk and Raiders. How was the stream? Hey, Scribbles Bits Art. Let's see. Yeah, how'd things go, Hawk? What did you end up playing, by the way? I know you were doing some tea stuff, but I don't know what you did after that. How goes Subnautica? It goes pretty well. It goes pretty well indeed. I am now pleased to report that this base has power,
Welcome aboard, Captain.
which, as we all know, is a vitally important thing for a base to have. Okay, so you did more DK64. Oh, okay, so you continued your FF14. Cool. Did you beat the Donkey Kong? Yeah, power is very important. And I'm just asking because that seems like a peculiar amount of playtime for it. Okay, let's go. You finished the Fungi Forests. Ah. Gotcha. That makes sense. This is the dock cannon, is what I'm calling it. Oh my goodness, minus 7.9 to hull strength. It's crazy. I just install one thing and suddenly that is shooting power all the way up from down there to up there. Okay, let's go park this in that new dock I just made for it. So this dock that I have sticking out over here, in retrospect, maybe this wasn't the best direction to put it. We'll see if I fit. Yeah, I do. This just got added an update earlier this week, so that's cool. Gotcha. Yeah, doing them new would definitely be an experience. Or doing them functionally like they're new. Oh man, I want to install so many windows, but they're going to require so much durability. Okay. It's weird. I'm trying to think of, like, how can I be designing this base such that it requires, or such that I have more room for reinforcements. I need to go get more lithium for that. I wouldn't say that it's a newer game. It's just they had a bunch of stuff that they wanted to add to it. And they wanted to update their code base in particular. That's another major thing that they wanted to do. What did I still need for that? I should have been paying attention. I know that I need... Let's see. Oh yeah, I can plant some of these. Gold, table coral. Like, it's not old exactly, but... Oh, I need more titanium. Well, that would indeed be an effective hang-up, yes. Is there another spot where I was building one of these and I just had run out of titanium? Let's see if this makes my base start sinking or not. Nope, that one's good, at least. Okay, this whole side is good candidates for... But I need more lithium and I need more titanium. There was some titanium mining around that I saw. So maybe I'll go take that out. I can also install... Hang on. These. Oh, right. I wanted to plant stuff. Those, and then... Whoop. This. Right, and then I can put those inside the thing. Yeah, I definitely am going to need more titanium, but that'll be easy enough to do. Oh yeah, this is going to get so big in a moment when it updates. Oh yeah, yep. That just got huge. Okay, is that the thing that I need? There's a bunch of stuff right down there. Okay, does this let me... Yeah, okay, so I can scan for the Shadow Leviathan here. What? How? So, I don't know what the story behind this titanium chunk is. It's possible building bases can sometimes make stuff despawn. So it's possible that that happened here. And that's an explanation for why there's a floating chunk of titanium to mine. I think we can all agree it's a bit peculiar, though. I would like that guy to stay kindly over there, thanks. Leave me and my base quite alone. Wish there's more use for some of these materials, like nickel. This is clearly a very extensive area down here. I'm actually quite happy with this overall base configuration. No, that's right. I did go grab a random piece of titanium for the one thing, right? Maybe? I don't remember. Okay, that I'm going to want to use. I only had 2 pieces there anyway. Okay, so another question is, where do I want to put the control room? I could reconstruct this piece to be a T, which would let it go out that way, but let's see, if I did that, it would be for... Let's see, and then control room. Okay, why is that not letting me? Sometimes you can't build a thing there because it's colliding with stuff. It looks like I should be able to build one just off of that, so... let's go get glass.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. How's my... Yeah, I need more titanium anyway. I know I had a ton of glass floating around. Okay, there was one piece in there. I need like 3 glass or something. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Computer chip. I can make a recyclotron. Do I have... I kind of used all those up, though. Okay. Okay, one advantage of making that not out of glass is I could put 2 reinforcements on it, but I think I should be okay. Can I actually... Okay, this is another important question. Can I... Okay, so either that won't let me put a hatch there because... Man, you are a loud one. Okay, I'm guessing that's just too close to the thing there and it doesn't like the idea of a hatch there. I could put a hatch on that edge, but I kind of wanted to stick one on the end here. So if I rotate this T compartment, does that work? I can't place it rotated. Okay. That might as well just be a one of these then. I'm gonna actually put this here. Yeah. Okay, and I'm gonna want to put the control room right there. And a reinforcement right there. But I can't put a reinforcement there because I'm trying to like make too many things. I need to finish making some things. Let's grab a couple more waters. Put some random stuff away. Drink one of these waters. Grab another water. Drop a random save, because random saves are a good idea. I do want to put windows in here. Did I put my glass away? No, I got some glass still. 1.6, eh? Let's go this direction. I could also stand more lithium, so I'm going to make sure to be picking that up, because I need that for more reinforcements. I'd like to stay away from that guy if I can. That's copper. I need titanium. It's weird because I kind of want to scan for Big Scary because it makes it a heck of a lot easier to avoid him. But I also kind of want to... Do I need nickel? Okay, this is actually very useful right here. I'm just gonna stretch a little bit.
There is definitely something of value nearby. It could help you build my body.
Could and will, my friend. Could and will. I am going to need some kyanite for this, I believe. Is there any actual mining to be had down here? I don't think so. Here it is. Some of the deepest part of this whole area. It's very pretty. It reminds me of alternatively Glint's Lair and Seath's Caves. Hey, Robo Friend.
You will be able to construct bionic organs with the scanned material, both primary and secondary. Our designs provide for redundancies.
Given your current location, I think they could still be improved.
Your feedback has been noted. You have scanned all the components we need to make a storage body.
Are you excited?
Using the chemical compounds available in your body, I am able to approximate what you might call cautious optimism.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm gonna need to use my sea truck and modules to locate where that base was. Shadow Leviathan right there, eh? That is a very long shaft. Let's make sure I grab some kyanite. There are some ribbon plants down here, so I'll be able to grab all that I need for that. Yeah, you can see some right here, in fact. Needed 2, I think. 2 ribbon plants, an iron cube, and some kyanite. Ah. Dogs do need to be taken out sometimes. But welcome back. Okay, but like, this just goes to my base area. Now, down there is a bunch of useful materials, but not the materials that I specifically need. There's a bunch of ribbon plant right here, too. Okay, I need 1 more kyanite. Right, that needs titanite before it works. We're going inside it this way.
We have gathered the necessary components to begin constructing my body.
Great. What's next? Let's get you out of my head.
First, you must find the fabrication facility. It is concealed at some depth.
Fabrication facility. So you planned on needing to make new bodies?
It is a standard medical facility.
A medical facility where you just replace your whole body when it wears out? Sounds a little beyond standard to me.
Ours was a research mission of the highest importance.
So, what were you, a scientist like me?
I am a scientist now.
So, what happened? Your team found the vaccine and then...
Please, Robin, you have the components. Find the facility and construct the body.
Okay, but don't think I don't notice you changing the topic.
He's super sensitive about what's going on here. Oh, there's a kyanite. I have all of the parts that I need to make his body, but I do want to finish what there is of what I'm going to make of this space.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I mean, this is my fabricator and stuff, so I'm clearly enjoying this new module. Where is... Yeah, I just need... Oh, there's some titanium. I would need another titanium ingot for that to be worth building a cyclotron. There's a plasteel. That was the one I just made, though, isn't it? I think. Probably. Okay, let's go see if I can find more titanium to mine. I have everything I need to finish the game at this point, materials-wise, I believe. Once I go locate the fabrication facility, but I would like to... I like building bases, and I want to kind of finish this one out. I do want to go ahead and beat the game today, though. Nope, those are not useful. There's some titanium. Will that be all the titanium I need? Probably not. I just want to kind of finish putting this base together the way that I want. Oh, we're about to get attacked, aren't we? Yeah. Get out of here. The problem is that guy's going to come back for another bite. So this is just like almost a dead mining node. I can take another 2 hits. But maybe he won't come back right away. Now the real challenge is going to be finding the red crystal area where the facility is. I think all I need to do is grab this titanium and I can head back and probably do what I want to finish things up in that base. Make a couple of spots for plants inside and the control room. It's amazing, you can go in with a bunch of titanium and you still need more. Okay, there they are. There's quartz right by it, so I can mine pretty easily. It's the Shadow Leviathan. That was loud. I don't think it can get down here. At least that's my gamble. My other gamble is that it'll leave this base alone and not like wreck it or whatever. I don't know how much sea monsters can wreck bases, but okay, repair. Wow, that is absolutely plummeting my stuff there, isn't it? Need to go grab an advanced wiring kit and some glass. Which I should have an advanced wiring kit around here somewhere. If not, I can make one, but I'm pretty sure I had one. Yeah, there's one. There's some quartz that I can use to make glass. Okay, very good. Okay, that's gonna need me to find some lithium. We'll get to that in a moment. I'm just going to call this Shadow Grounds because that seems correct. Give it some neon striping. There. That's a little. There we go. Cool. I wanted to put a water filtration unit right here. So I need to go grab some copper wire and aerogel. Which I remember specifically that I brought with me. If I can find it. I know I'm spinning around like crazy all the time. Oh, maybe I didn't bring specifically. I did bring aerogel. I used it to make the heat thing. Oh, right now. Up here's where I'd get more of those. Okay, that's nice. Sure. There we go. Now I can fix that. Aerogel. Finish building the water filtration machine. I don't know. Do I want to? You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and. Do that. Give a little bit of a sense of a space. Actually, you don't know. Let's not do those. Let's do. It's gonna work better if I go over here. Now, the nice thing is building these does improve structural integrity. By a little bit, not by a lot, but still, it does improve it. And I'll be able to put doors in that. Okay, take care, Hawk. Have a good sleep. Or whatever laying in bed ends up translating into. One assumes sleep. But sometimes sleep eludes us. But you take care either way. And thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Mm. Yeah, I know how that goes. I feel like I don't ever sleep well either. I'm not sure why, really. I wish I knew. I wish I knew something I could do about it. But I don't, unfortunately. But rest is better than no rest, even if sleep doesn't get involved. Yeah, I hear all the time that chamomile is supposed to help with sleep and stuff like that, but maybe it does for some folks, but I don't know. Caffeine doesn't wake me up, so I doubt something that's supposed to help you sleep like that does. Melatonin can help me sleep, but it tends to be a little too effective. Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. The melatonin made things worse. It definitely doesn't make things better for me, but it can maybe help for a night. But the thing is, if I keep taking it, it just stops working, so I can't take it regularly if I want it to do anything. You can see my base, all of its blue highlights now.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Wow, that sounds brutal. Yeah, like it helps my mom, I know that. But yeah, it just doesn't work for me, sadly. Oh, this is drawing power from the base, of course, that makes sense. Alright, we'll have some good rest, Hawk. Thank you for dropping by. And you take care. Let's see, that needs a piece of lithium and 3 titanium. I need a lot more titanium. I always need more titanium. Let's see if I can find some lithium, though, while I'm at it. A lot of nickel I don't need down here. There's always bladderfish. They put bladderfish everywhere because it's a source of drinkable water. So if you need access to water, that's a way you can get it. Oh. Well then. That's a solution to my problems. Yikes, you're loud. Okay, well I can't build that yet, so... Let's see, it was... down? Was it this way? Okay, I just saw it and now I don't know where it is. I think it was down here, maybe? Yeah, there it is. I should be drinking some in-game water, but I'm gonna mine first, then worry about that. I don't like the direction that noise came from. I need a lithium. Is there anything but like silver, gold, and kyanite down here? Oh my goodness. It's a friggin' like jackpot of silver, gold, and kyanite and stuff. It's just, I don't need them. Not in these sorts of quantities. There's just nothing that needs this. Like, there would theoretically be uses for this much silver and gold, but there's just not that much you can do with kyanite. Look at how much there is. It's ridiculous. Like, it feels like it's just here for, like... I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, as a practical resource, like, yeah, you need silver and gold for various things, but, like... you don't need... you don't need that much silver and gold that, like... the thing is, in any one location, you don't need so much that you're going to come down there to get it. Like, it's just excessive. I did not make that green yet. I wish you could have the colors changed by proximity. That would be useful. There's some lithium finally. Maybe? Oh, that's fake lithium that can't be picked up. I don't know why that happens sometimes. It just does.
Seek fluid intake.
Right, I kept thinking about needing to do that. There's some real lithium. My own grabby claw freaked me out there. I didn't realize I'd misaimed and make it go all smacky. needless to say, freaked me out a little bit. So ideally, I'm able to go to the red area, the red crystal area, without needing any sort of support. That is what I'd consider an ideal scenario here. But I am not actually sure where that area is off the top of my head in relation to anything else. So I'm going to have to try to locate it.
Warning, emergency power only. Power restored. All primary systems online.
Don't know what's up with the power going on right now.
Emergency power only. Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Okay, yeah, that turned off. Is something wrong with my... Okay. I need copper. Which I know I have. Here's some copper. I'm just looking for more... Yeah, there's some more quartz. Okay. I still wish you could make something that you could chuck a power cube thingy into and just to have it work, but... Okay, I get the message. I'll go finish this one. Yeah, I need to go grab some fiber mesh. Maybe not the best view, but a decent enough view. Put that in there. That's probably drawing a lot of power. It's definitely producing power, but... Like this fabricator is running off of the base as well right now. Okay, what's going on? I can examine where the power draw is coming from. I'm just... I could make another one of those. Let's see, what do they require? Yeah, 2 magnetite and aerogel and 5 titanium. The titanium is obviously, by the fact that I'm running low on it, again, the hardest part. How are you even supposed to mine some of this? Can you even fit the prawn suit down here? I feel like there were more plants that you could plant in the first game, and I'm not sure how to process some of this.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, let's figure out where this power draw is happening. Because obviously this is not scanning Shadow Leviathans anymore. I think... Is that where I need to go? This feels like the drop that had the one useful, or the one thing in it, but... Or maybe over here? Where are we? So that's... this direction? Kind of east-northeast? Or, hang on. Yeah, almost all of the draw is this guy right here. I want to make some more glass. This would actually be a terrible spot for a window. It wouldn't look out on anything. I can go ahead and finish making that bed, though. That's a terrible spot for a window. I'd rather save the glass. Yeah, this is going to go back to filtering. Once that's done, it's kind of going to stop draining so much, but let's finish making some glass. And then put glass away. I kind of want to build another one, but the thing is I don't have enough stuff for that. Um. Okay, let's grab these as well. There's not a whole lot else that I really need to put down in here. I could put stuff, but it's just all ceremonial. Okay. Let's see. Let's make good progress on water. Probably good. Let's drop a save. And what I think I want to do now is I think I want to just get to the point where I'm building Alan. So I need plasteel ingot. Ribbon plant. There we go. Those are all the components that I need. The real question is where is the thing I need to go to? And I think I'm just going to drop a save. I'm going to just try going this direction on foot, as it were. Because ideally, like if I can get there without taking a vehicle, it's very easy to just warp back without losing anything, right? Now, I don't know if this is going to be practical. Some more titanium I could mine there. Okay, and that goes down into that area. Now, the challenge here is I don't know how long my oxygen supply, like if the duration of my oxygen supply is going to be sufficient to get there or not. Or how much I might be attacked by very scary fish. Now, I don't think they can kill me in one hit, and I have a couple of healing items, so... You know, there's that. But... I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of getting the lay of the land a little bit. What I'm looking for is I'm looking for the red crystals. I don't really need to scan anything, so I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to put the beacon there. This may be a multi-stage excursion. Okay. This is what I wanted to find. Whoop. You know what? That's fine. I needed more oxygen. I was going to scan that thing because that was scannable, but I accidentally teleported back to base instead. Womp womp. Let's go ahead and put that on 3 and put my scanner on 1 so I don't get confused again. I'm going to grab another one of those to take with me. Okay. I left a beacon out there, so that's good. I don't need to have these there right now. Let's make that a different color to help it stand out. And go ahead and save again. Okay. Let's just figure out where it is. Okay, red crystal's 400 meters that way. Presumably knowing which way to go will speed this up considerably. I'm trying to keep an eye out for the cyan glow of the Shadow Leviathan. I'm probably going to get attacked at some point in here. The reinforced suit should allow me to be able to take a hit. Maybe 2. And I have 2 Healy things as well. I am definitely nervous right now. I don't need to be. The danger is not as high as it feels like it is, but... as you can see, I'm getting back here with substantially more oxygen. Which is the power of knowing where you're going. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Large red barrel. Yeah, he may jump in when we get close. I'm going to go ahead and just inhale that now. Like, even if I die, the only things that you only can lose stuff that you didn't have in your inventory when you left the base. Something to that effect. So... oh, there's another Shadow Leviathan.
I sense the presence of a substantial facility in the area. Unable to identify.
Okay. I don't know how... there it is. 60 seconds of oxygen should be enough to get there.
Once you have used the fabricator to build each component, we can assemble them.
And then we can transfer you out of my head?
I am anticipating it as much as you are.
Yeah.
So, Alan, you said your people came here in search of a cure?
I was a researcher.
You were a scientist? Like me?
My people regarded my scientific contributions with particular interest,
As I said, like me.
if that is your interpretation.
So, how did your valuable scientific mind wind up infected?
Not my mind, my body. Perhaps you should build the next component.
So, you came here to search for a cure?
I led the mission.
Does that mean the bacteria got out on your watch?
This subject is uncomfortable. If you would like to know more, I will ask that you first construct the final component. This is the last piece. Soon I will be autonomous again.
What will you do with your newfound freedom?
I must return home to make amends.
Amends? For the bacteria? There seems to be a lot you're not telling me.
It is hard for me to find the words. I must collect my thoughts. The process requires you to build each component before you can assemble.
The base is about a kilometer away.
We have all the necessary components. You may initiate body fabrication sequence from the terminal.
You still owe me an explanation.
I understand.
I'm gonna look around a little bit. Big and glossy. All right, let's push the button. Commence storage and medium fabrication. Yep. What that said.
The escape of the bacteria was an accident. I thought my solution was foolproof. I was wrong.
Did you cause the accident?
Yes.
Oh,
I do not wish to speak about it.
we can come back to this.
For more about the bacterium, see Subnautica, the first game.
What are you doing?
Research. Tit for tat. You've probed my mind. I scan your body.
Commencing data transfer.
Did it work? Are we...
It has been some time since I last stretched out in so many dimensions. Like waking from a dream.
Whoa. Hey,
Just saving some screenshots to my PDA.
you're really not in my head anymore?
There are some remnants. Would you like your memories of me removed as well?
Are you kidding? No way. You still owe me the end of your story.
I told you I must return home. To assess. Repair. Make amends.
Tell me more.
When the bacteria escaped, it was my fault. I disobeyed the directive from my network.
Oh no.
We noticed that a species of Leviathan young produced an enzyme that is efficient against the bacteria. I thought if we incubated sea dragon eggs, we might expedite their hatching. I was not wrong.
But...
It would appear that sea dragon parents are stronger and more motivated than our facility was rated to handle.
then the bacteria got out, affecting everything. How many survived the outbreak back home? Are they still waiting for someone to bring back a cure?
I do not know.
Can I help?
The fact that I withheld this information does not concern me.
It was certainly manipulative. But I've also made my own share of mistakes. I'm still committed to helping.
I accept your help. Find me at the gate when you are ready. In the meantime, I must prepare.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
All right. Alan at work. That's good.
Base, I will join you in the gate base when everything is ready. But for now, I have much to prepare.
And I don't need to be here no more. Ah, much more convenient way of getting out of there. Excellent. I mean, it chunks the thing down something fierce, but you know, it's just how it goes. Well, we've known you briefly, Shadowlands base. Your complete filtration. I like the concept. Worked well. Gonna save. Hang on. Let's just fill this planter, eh? There we go. That's better. And can I plant more Preston plants down there now? This hardly is important, but yeah. Okay. Back to the main base. At Kappa Mining. Yeah, that's the Shadowlands. Where's the Crystal Caves base? It's Cliffside. There's Crystal Caves, but it's I probably have to go around to get to that. I think this place is a bit loopy in its design, like literally loops. Yeah, there's deep heat, so I can just come over here and it's not actually that far from it, realistically. I might go grab some water from there because it has a water supply. I kind of want to grab that lithium. Now, what would be really nice is if that teleportation stuff that you got allowed you to actually go to, like, build a teleportation room in your bases in order to be able to use that. It's not a thing, but it would be nice. Oh, that's just kyanite. Whoa, that's a weird fragment. I was like, oh, it's glowing lithium. Wait, no, that's something else. Wait, no, that is something very else. Yeah, I don't need more food at the moment, so let's just continue on our way. It's probably quite easy to get to to this space from the Shadowlands base. Like, theoretically, I could probably have gotten all the way there at this point, now that that base is built. Obviously, I had to bring all the materials there and do all the mining stuff. But, like, actually getting there, like, I have enough bases that it might be possible to, like, stepping stone your way there, which is kind of crazy to think about, but... So my plan at this point is, with all of that glass I acquired, to put in the last of the windows that I want to put in. Well, there's room for more windows, but the major final windows that I wanted to do around the aquarium area in my copper mining base, and then I need to figure out which way I'm trying to go here. Nope, nope. Yeah, this way. And then, once I've done the windows that I want there, I'll send some screenshots or some PDA pictures to Steam. Normally I do that after the episode, but the episode's going to end, or the stream is going to be ending soon enough, or it's going to be ending in a spot where, like, I'd have to, like, reload stuff, and I don't know, I want to take care of it ahead of time. I don't know why it's so impossible for me to find the friggin' afterburner upgrades. Or not the afterburner, I have that, but the horsepower upgrade. It'd make this travel a lot faster, but anyway. It is interesting coming back here. Feels like coming back home from some sort of vacation area. I did enjoy trying out a bunch of different base designs. I think ultimately, of course, it's going to depend a little bit upon the area, but I want something more like the Twisty Areas base for... what am I hung up on? Here we go.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let's grab some materials and bring them aboard. Lots of gold. Of course, glass is the main thing, but... Restock my gold supply, that's for friggin' sure. Let's make some wires. Can always recyclotron to clear those out if I need. I'm gonna go chuck this extra copper over here. And then some more magnetite. Yeah, because that had eating stuff in it otherwise, and I ate it all. Empty, empty, empty. Definitely not empty. Boy, I just kept missing that one, because that had a friggin' ingot in it that I could have used. Can make more of that. Organization is important. If I ever come back to the save file, I will want this stuff organized. Okay, let's go... make some windows. You can see that these are -1, the base hull. Perfection. Okay, that makes me happy. That's where I wanted to get that, too. All right. Let's get these last few things deposited. Let's see. Lithium. Oh, benzene needs to go in here. Let's see, I think minerals is... yeah. Ion cubes is full. Was I sticking ion cubes in here? I was. Let's put extra ion cubes where they belong, in extra. Let's keep one for good measure. Delicious marble melons. Bunch of other random stuff over here in the salt locker, but that's okay. All right. Drop a save. That'll be the final save of the run. That'll be streaming anyway. You can see I took a bunch of screenshots of stuff. (22:911). This is where they start. So I'm just going to go through these, hit share. What share does is it turns the screenshot into a Steam screenshot. So I can use it for a thumbnail later. It's the plan. Yep, it's that base. Some of these could make for very cool pictures. Put in the base later. I'm just going to hit share on all of these, and that's the last one, which means it's time to go. I'm just going to get there on this power. It'll take a little bit. It's kind of far away. But we don't need to worry about oxygen or food. I've got plenty of supplies, and we're not going that long. Mountain there in the distance. It's been fun. I've enjoyed streaming this for everyone. I've enjoyed making various bases. This is what, the 7th stream according to my count? Pretty good conclusion point. 5-hour and change stream. 5.5 maybe by the time we're done. I've had a lot of fun experimenting with base designs and slowly expanding my base network. It's interesting. One of the things that I struggle with this game is once you've kind of made a main base, there's not like making additional bases. Like there's only so much you want to do with them because like you don't want to have your resources dispersed everywhere because then you have to go all over the place to collect your resources. Like the thing that would help bases the most in this game would be to have some sort of quantum locker system that would allow you to be able to basically store all of your resources in sort of the same area instead of having them dispersed and distributed across either everywhere or having to put them all in one base, which like again the copper mining base I had be my main base, so that's where I put the storage, that's where I put like all of the posters and stuff, or at least the vast majority of them. I can't say it's 100% all of them, but I think it was. And all that sort of stuff. And, like, otherwise, it's like, okay, I don't want to have to travel, 5 minutes halfway across, or, like, all the way across the map in order to be able to get to the base where I have this resource stored. So if they had something that made it easier to kind of make a bit more base-centric, where it's like, I go to this base to go get this resource, or like I go to like if I go to this base area, I can go get this resource from it. This is really pretty. That sort of thing would be really nice and quite convenient, and would do a lot to help making disparate bases all over the place feel more meaningful mechanically. But the fact that I was streaming this and I was just like, you know what, I'm just going to make bases in different locations with different design ideas that I have for like how I might arrange them and see how useful they are. That was a lot of fun and I really enjoyed that. So it's been a good time. I'm definitely curious to see what they do next in this sort of vein. I know that they are making some sort of tactics game at the moment. And that is not as exciting to me, but I hope that does well for them. But yeah, I definitely want to see a Subnautica 3, or whatever they would call it. The continuation of the Subnautica series. I've enjoyed both of them a good bit. I do think, as well, I'll add that I think base building in this game is better. Base utility in the first Subnautica is a bit better. Because in the first Subnautica, building bases in spots so that way you could recharge your Cyclops batteries was really important. We came here way earlier, by the way, and Alan said this has no purpose yet. It has a purpose now. And I just didn't feel the pressure to need to recharge my batteries in quite the same way. But anyway.
Are you preparing to leave, Evan?
Yes, there is much to do.
That's on now. Channeling power.
Do you still wish to leave with me? Beyond this teleportal, there is no turning back.
Are you kidding? I can't pass up a chance to see where Architect's coming from. Besides, I don't have another ride.
I do not know what we will find out. The others may be sick or angry. If they live at all.
Or you could find peace. Family.
I hope you are right. Please complete any business you still have on this planet. Join me on the other side when you are ready to leave.
I mean, I have one business, which is I took 3 more screenshots. 2, 3. Let's go! This mechanic of warp gates was used much more extensively in the first Subnautica. You can see that that's a one-way trip. And we're now in the ending sequence. To me, this is kind of perfunctory, but it is very cool, in my opinion.
Robin, you're just in time. The phase gate is opening.
You've been hiding a phase gate here this whole time.
Only for the last millennium. It will lead us home.
This has to do with the faster than...
With your son, Waltera.
It was imperative to keep the home world safe. In hopes that the others survived.
Yeah.
Will you help me prepare the ship? The energy masts must be moved into place.
Well, this is different.
So, phase gates is the faster than light travel technology that they have in this. This is some pre-scripted stuff right here. But I enjoy the ending of this. So that one nearly falls over and you nearly drop this one on yourself. The thing that I don't
Return to me and I will initiate ship assembly.
So the thing that I don't know about whether or not they will do is whether or not a Subnautica 3 would be another story on Planet 4546b, which is where we are, or if it will continue the story of like Robin and the Architect here, because we've had two different stories on 4546b. So I don't know which they'd choose to do.
The masts are in place. The energy field is ready. There is no time to lose.
I'd like to learn more about the Architects personally, but also you don't have access to your PDA anymore. But I can just take screenshots.
Join me, Robin. I apologize. The levitator was calibrated for heavier bodies. I would have helped you to your feet, but as you can see, I have been fully integrated with the ship.
I love that you can see
Nothing is permanent. Are you ready to go?
the
I
cabling.
found the answers I was looking for. I'm ready to move on. I can't bring Sam back. But I know she died fighting, and I got to finish her work. I'll always carry her memory.
Good. Please brace yourself, and then we will depart.
So I like how they have the Architect style cabling going around. But yeah, I'd be happy either way. I'd like to know more about the Architects and see how those continue and all that, but we'll see what they choose to do.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
You're kind of small and weak, but not insignificant in these games, and I love it.
What will we find when we get there?
If I am the last of my kind, I will experience the sorrow of 10,000 souls beneath.
And if they survived?
With you, I am ready to face whatever awaits.
I do like that ending a lot. Subnautica below zero. Some nice snow effect on that below zero text there. So, I don't know when my next stream will be. I mentioned previously that my plan was loosely to try out No Man's Sky and see if I can find the fun in that game. I've tried it a couple of times and not really been able to find the fun. But I'd like to. I'd like to give it a shot because it seems like it has some of the stuff that I really like about this game is also in No Man's Sky in terms of like base building and stuff. So I'd kind of like to give that one more of a go and see if I can really get into that element of it. I'm not sure when that's going to be, and I might stream something else kind of before I get started in that, but that's kind of the next major direction that I'm looking to head. So that's just kind of my general future plans, I guess. Otherwise, I mean, now we're just watching the credits go. It's interesting just thinking about the structure of this game is very weird in that the inciting reason why you come here is to figure out what happened to your sister. And I have no clue how loud my voice is relative to the music. And the concluding stuff is with Alan. And you can actually kind of lose the thread of the stuff with the sister, where with Sam, to where you find Alan and then you just follow that, and you leave the sister thread unfinished. And I think that's kind of interesting, but that it kind of has that structure. It's a very different one. I kind of like it too, because it is different. And it works for me. To have like the sister plot thread be a different one than the final one. Anyway, you can see the What the Dock update. That was the submarine docking module that we had there. I might experiment around more with what you can do with it in my own time to see if you can just drive modules into it without having to bring the submarine into it and all sorts of stuff, but that'll be something I do on my own time, not on stream. So I thank you all for watching this series, for watching for today, for people who dropped by, for the lurkers and everyone else. And until next time, until the next stream, which will not be this because I finished it, got credits roll and all that. But yeah, take care everyone, and goodbye.